What up? What's up? That's right, y'all. It's about that time. It's Talk Shit Tuesday. What up, everybody? What up, what up, what up? Appreciate everybody showing up on this Talk Shit Tuesday. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Hey, don't forget to participate in that poll. This is not a wrong or right answer. Again, this is just to get your opinion on how you feel about things. The now and the past. You know, one of them things that always come up, we're always bringing up pedigrees and showing dogs of the past. And we kind of operate around that. Just to give, even some of the old school people, they probably know most of the shit. Just the obvious. But then you have the young ones, the new ones in the game, and they're operating under different circumstances. I want to first give a big shout out to, because, I'm watching the poll. My man, big shout out to my man. Hold on, let me just start from the top. My man, Heart and Finish Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man, your rock, so rock. I see you, fam. Double M Desbo. What up, fam? In the woods, 456, I see you, fam. My main man, Tony Montana, American Pitbull Terriers. What up, fam? My man, Elevated Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Melee, New Suspect Kennels. What up, fam? Talk of the City Kennels in the house. What up, fam? I want to give a big shout out to everybody that's out there. I want to start with my man. Good comment that he made that made sense. Kind of helps what the conversation is going to be now. My man Tony Montana says, "Good evening, my people." I replied, "False. It's easier to buy well-bred dogs today than yesteryear because of technology." And then my man Heart and Finish Kennels comment was, "You can always find good bred dogs. It's the performance you wanting and what you're searching for." Those are good comments, which brings this conversation, around to our topic of the night. Good dogs are where you find them. Okay, we all know about, what modern technology has done. It's opened up the doors, actually, to a lot of information, because we're living in an information-based world now. The thing about information is, how do you decipher good information from bad information? How do you know a grand champion of the now compared to a grand champion of the past? We've had grand champions of the past that wasn't heard of, and they, for people who wasn't part of what the journal history was about, but then you couldn't really talk about them, because people didn't know about them. You would hear about them, but then when we had the journal, those type of champions were always questionable, because you always had that smart ass comment, well, who did he beat? We had the journal and the American Game Dog Times and other sources of information that it was kind of like, based on our world at the time, it was easier to operate within them realms to find out and determine what was what. And then now, a grand champion is a grand champion. It's easier to have a grand champion now because there's no way of verifying it. And like I said, we don't talk about the now, but I do follow the modern technology. And I'm not saying no names, but I seen someone, and I followed the all the comments that came behind. Someone had made a comment First time ever done, two grand champions bred together. And first of all, I thought that was a crazy ass statement, and I was trying to understand, it was something I was missing in the statement. But then I watched all the comments because at that point everybody wants to not just, oh, it's been done before, but it's easier for them to now to tag that line of, you know, are they really true grand champions? That's where my problem came in. That's what kind of led to the conversation because in the past, for the ones who didn't use the journal, they understood, what they were giving up. For the ones who were using the journals and, all the different magazines, there was a reason why they were doing it. Same reason that people go, advertise on Facebook to sell things. It was just our way of doing things. And it was kind of like easier for us to decipher what was going on because we had updates. Floyd, Maurice, David Tant, for everybody who's familiar with the journal, everybody advertised studs and breedings and dogs and puppies in these magazines. Everybody. There was somebody. And when you're looking at the names that we're talking about, and that's just a few, there was a reason why they used that source of advertisement. Because that takes me back to what Hart and Finney said. The game dogs, the performance. Everything was always going to be performance based. And I'm only speaking on our time because I'm familiar with that time period. I'm familiar with the way we did things. I understood why everybody was using it and doing it the way they were doing it because it was all really based on performance. But back to what Tony Montana said. Again, big shout out to these two because they basically came right in and put everything on the scale of justice. You know what I mean? This is where the titter-totter come in. Because when you take all the information, technology that we have today, takes me back to two grand champions, first time ever been bred together, first time that ever been done. There might have been a little bit more to that comment, but regardless of whatever the comment was, it was almost like it had been done before. And it was, one of them things where the performance came into question. Now, not taken away from the comments, but looking at it from a standpoint of all the things were said behind that one statement. Because you're selling dogs now. Now you're selling puppies. Now, are you selling these puppies under false pretenses? How are we supposed to know? That becomes the question. For somebody new to it, you would think that maybe it is the first time two grand champions ever came together. But with all the modern technology we have, how do you make that statement fact-based? That's where the problem comes in. You have a whole lot of statements, but nothing to back up the statement. Us is dealing with quality of the dogs. Again, we show a lot of pedigrees, and one thing we try to just drive home is what created what? Why we still talk about that? Why that can still work today? Because you're taking good dogs, breeding them to good dogs. Hold on. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure my sound was on. Yeah, you're taking good dogs and we breed them to good dogs and give you the basic concept of what we consider good dogs. And again, remember the key word for us is the good part. What is really a good dog? Well, based on the pedigrees that we go over, and we've been over numerous pedigrees, they all had something in common. There was no question about the dog's ability, the dog's performance, the dog's breeding program, the dog's offsprings. These things are recorded. These things give a conversation where we can always say, all right, he didn't beat nobody. But again, when you're talking about the journal, you can go in there and pull up that dog and you can see, you might not know the names, but the dog does have a history. And we know how that worked out even when you had people like Beeline and other people who tried to do it. See, there were still people who tried to do things, but the problem was it was so big that, you know, everybody knows everybody. Everybody's going to see something that don't look right, and everybody's going to speak up on it, and everybody's going to address it. We've been over that. We've seen how Beeline and all the controversy and the petitions and how all the dog men fell in, and it almost looked like it was if it had been on a Facebook comment section, it probably would have been even more crazier than that. But what it brings us back to is, how do you define the good part as far as what you consider good? That's a big question right there. And then the other question is, the statement for us was always, a good dog is where you find it, where you find them. Okay. I am a true believer in that, because there's a lot of places that we have been in the country when it came down to good dogs. You know, our journals, our magazines consist of a lot of dogs, winners and losers, that a lot of you guys probably never ever heard of. A lot of them I never ever heard of. But I know I can pick up a book and I can go down a list of winners and losers. I can go into that book and pick out a grand champion and find out in today's time, and go back and find out, well, what, you know, he was a grand champion. How was it, you know, was he bred? What was his offsprings like? Was he able to produce? See, I can go pick up a journal and do that now. And you can, that's history right there. You know, some of them I find, some of them I don't. Some of them, it all depends on whose hands the dog actually was in. That made a big difference. You know, and I'm pretty sure it makes a big difference now. But trying to weigh the two, for the past, we had a different avenue of decision making compared to what I see in the now. Yeah, we believed in registering our dogs. Yeah, we believed in dogs having papers. The majority, and I'm not going to say everybody, but we're still going to talk about the majority. Because without the majority doing it, we would have nothing to talk about today. It's impossible, because where would the information come from? Information is somewhere. You get a whole bunch of information and you put it in somewhere, whether it be a book, a magazine, somewhere that you can go reference. That's just how information works. Now, it all depends on who's controlling the information, which is based off who's controlling the books. We know how that works. But when you're in an open forum like Facebook, who's controlling the information? How can you go and research those two grand champions? How would you know how they're bred? Because that was another one of the things that popped up in those comments. The person who had them two grand champions, they wouldn't tell you how they were bred. And for me, I wonder how that works out. And I'm not knocking it. I hear so much, and I've made it clear we wouldn't fit in the now. And that's primarily due to our past. And that's not knocking the now. It's just not understanding it and how we would fit into that. Because it's kind of like what will I be able to reference? How would I be able to have a reference point to even say that two grand champion breeding with nothing else behind it, no pedigree, don't know how it's bred, that I'd be willing to take a chance on something like that? Has it became that easy that anybody can say it? Say, I'm not one who would because we never operated like that. As for me, dealing with business is what it is. It's a word, but it has a meaning. Regardless of what type of business that you're dealing with or what kind of business you have, it still has a format to how business is done. And when I address these things, I'm only speaking from a business type of format. Not the dog fighter part, not the breeder part, but the business part. Because y'all know that's what I deal with. When it comes down to dealing with business, information is the key. Who am I fixing to do business with? We all know what that's like. If I need my motor work done, damn it, I'm going to make sure and I'm going to research and find out, and I'm going to read reviews and all that other shit that come with, something I'm fixing to buy or the person I'm fixing to call to come work on my motor. Same thing with any type of business. Those are certain things that are automatically going to happen, even in this information-based world. Even now, if we don't know how to do something, we can always YouTube and find somebody somewhere who's going to help us out figure out how to get that done. But one thing that you have to understand also, the same way that way of thinking works for that part of the business, that same way of thinking works for this part of the business. Because again, we sit here and we do a show. I have been doing a show for 2 years now. We have tried to cover as much information as we possibly could based on our experience. But our experience is our experience. Everybody's experience is not like ours. So you're not getting the full scope. Even if you put all the dog podcasts together, that's a lot of different people on different levels who have totally different experiences. So how does that help the man who comes out and he's looking to buy a good dog? I would think that if we were selling dogs or we're selling puppies, and I said, we made this breeding so and so to so and so, but we're not going to tell you how they bred. I'm just tell you this: two champions. I'm going to leave it at that. If you want these two puppies, want to buy a puppy, hit me up. Now, me as a businessman throwing that out there, could I actually feel comfortable if somebody was to say, well, twin, you know me. You can tell me how they bred. And I would have to tell them, but I can't because I haven't shared it with anybody. I wouldn't get mad if you didn't want to buy that puppy. Or you might even say, well, because it's you, twin, I'm going to buy that puppy anyway. Well, that's cool. But you might be one of many who, who look at that same situation and wouldn't buy that puppy. I mean, as a businessman, I'm not trying to cater to a certain type of person. Me as a businessman, I'm trying to cater to everyone. And see, when I got everyone trying to buy a limited amount of something, then I can pick and choose on where I want those puppies to go. Because most of the time, back in my time period, some people didn't care what them dogs their puppies with, and some people tried to make sure that their puppies went into the right people's hands. I mean, we were, even for us, we were very private about how we did things. We wanted to make sure our dogs went into the proper hands. So I guess being private is not what y'all would consider being public. So there again, we're still talking about business, but business being handled in two different manners. Now, I've seen Floyd advertisement. I've seen Mr. Tance advertising. I've seen many people advertising in the journal, and nobody really were putting stipulations in their advertisement. That's one thing I noticed. Nobody really was putting stipulations as far as who could buy a puppy and who couldn't, or who could, come get a breeding, or who could or who couldn't. I just never seen that part. So when you look at the now and you see the stipulations in the now, it's kind of hard because how do you feel comfortable buying a dog with no papers? How do you feel comfortable about buying a dog and don't know how it's bred? But then we always using that statement, a good dog is where you find it. Well, how does that work? Because we have always had good dogs. This game was big, as far as backing up my time period. And I've been around these dogs from my early 20s. Y'all know I'm in my damn near my middle 60s, but there's not one point from that 20 to now that I didn't know about these dogs. What worked and what wasn't working. All the way up until the now. I know there's good dogs out there. I know there's good dogs that are bred great. But how do you guys know? You see a lot on Facebook. And I guess everybody's trying to sell dogs. And I see people even take the chance of selling dogs and by coming in talking about two-time winner, three-time winner, champion this, all the way out to the grand champions. Remember, I did speak on that grand championship. But I seen how that conversation changed when someone or many people question the legitimacy of the conversation. That's where you look at the good dogs are, you know, is where you find them at. Because again, when we operated, we had the ability to operate in many different areas. Many different areas. So we've been many, many places behind these dogs. Met many, many people behind these dogs. So when we say good dogs are where you find them, most of the time, before we started looking, we wanted to go find. We had to understand what we was looking for, and then once you understand what you're looking for, you had a reference point of where you was going to go find it at. So that's how I look at the conversation or the statement, good dogs are where you find them. Well, that's evident. A lot more evident for us because, again, we had opportunities to operate in a wide variety of areas that even are unknown, who might have had a great match, but had a great dog, but had, a loser, but still a great dog. How that dog bred? And that brings your, intuition. I want to go, and check them out. One that I can speak on, the dog, the Psycho Beat. Great dog. That Gator dog was a great dog. I mean, I say great dog because doing what he did his first time out, 317, and how that whole thing looked, it would have, if he had a littermate brother or a littermate sister, we were still gonna go find them other dogs, and we knew them dogs. So that's one of them examples because we've even shown you how that dog was bred, and then showed you that yes, that dog did have a littermate sister, and yes, and there is going hard dogs bred back into that same bloodline that we beat to create some damn good dogs. That's just another way of saying, okay, dog lost, but what spiked your interest? Like you say, good dog is where you found it. Well, even for us, that was a starting point. That at least that's something to start with. I've seen it. I've seen what it looked like. I like what it did. Littermate sister, littermate brother, go find them. Hey, let's do something. Hey, that's how that works. Like you said, good dogs are where you find them, even though through a loss. There was still other good dogs over there. And they didn't let us down because they created some great damn dogs. But then that's just one of the things where you've seen something and you knew where to go find it at, and at least in the direction of who got the littermate brother. Those things is what caused us to, take care of that. Good dogs is where you find them. They just don't pop up out of the sky or pop up in just anybody's conversation. You know what I mean? That's almost like I said, two grand champions bred together. It's supposed to be the first time ever happened. Now, that's a comment, But there's not too much in this dog game that has never ever happened before, and that's just to me one of them. What was the performance like? We're not getting an answer on the performance. Nobody's coming up with no answers to this whole big community thing. Nobody has no answers. Well, how they bred? Nobody knows how they bred. Okay, that's a whole lot of nothing being known and being for sale. And I'm really trying to figure out, is that how the now actually works? Because I've already seen nobody wants to register their dogs. Nobody's doing any of that. So again, how did that work? Because we do a podcast and we talk about the past, but we clearly are paying close attention to the people who comment, ask questions, stay in the now to understand how we can use that to help, moving this thing forward to keep the quality and the pureness of the game intact. And it's kind of like, let's see how the viewers handle that. I know based on what we have in our Shark Tank, and we got a lot of good people in that Shark Tank, a lot of knowledge in that Shark Tank. I stand on that Shark Tank simply because if you ever wanted to find out a lot of other people's opinions, you're going to find it inside of that Shark Tank. Said that from the very beginning. That's why everybody's in there this blue. Because they're all representing, all willing to share information. That's a source. That's a start. But when you have questions and you can't get answers, knowing I got a Shark Tank, even when we looking for have a question and we looking for an answer, we ask the Shark Tank. Somebody's going to come up with that answer, guaranteed. And if it don't happen during that show, it's going to be on the next show, or it's going to be in the comment section. See, that's what modern technology does. But modern technology does not fix performance. Modern technology does not fix a person who doesn't want to give you how a dog is bred. Modern technology is not going to help you figure out if a dog is a champion or a grand champion. See, I don't look for modern technology to fix those type of things. I look for people to take advantage of the modern technology and say these type of things. But in that same conversation, I see how people handle those type of things. And those type of conversations don't look good on modern technology. Because you basically got to come right out and just commit a crime. You know what I mean? You gonna commit a crime because now all of a sudden you feel like you got to represent yourself. That is the difference between the book and modern technology. The book was a publication. The internet, anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law to a certain point. And that's that certain point. Because we understood about the book. But I've seen court cases going on where they're using information from these chats, from these Facebooks, they're using these things in trials which is totally unlike the book. Remember, there was nothing in the book could even be used. There was nothing in the book that could even be brought up based on what the law said, unless there was somebody who's willing to be a witness. And yeah, I think you needed 2, 3 of them to be a witness and say, yeah, on that date or at that time when that happened, I was there, and all that other shit. Well, over here with modern technology, is that your account? Is that you having the conversation? Well, that could have been anybody having a conversation, but is it you? You're gonna say my sister? No, that was my brother. That was my friend. Oh, your friend has your account. Your friend did. See, I've seen how they use this, and it's actually in a trial being talked about. But in our situation, the book couldn't even hit the stand. We couldn't even talk. They couldn't even talk about the book. So I'm trying to find some common ground of understanding. I'm just trying to, and again, it's all about understanding. That's why the poll question. Key word in that poll question is a good puppy. What do we know about good puppies? Remember, we're talking about good puppies. In order for us to know a puppy is good, the only thing being it's a puppy, we're only going to be based off the parents. Who are the parents? What's the bloodline? How is it bred? You know how that works. What are we basing the good puppy on? That's what takes us into the question. How do you know when good is good? Is the statement still true? Good dogs are where you find them. Something where they're talking about. You guys got the phone number. Call in, because this is one of them things that don't just take what I'm saying. I'm going to be back here and I'm going to be following the chat along, because big shout out to my man Tony Montana and my man Heart and Finish. I'm pretty sure I haven't had a chance to stop and look at some of the comments, but I am very interested in some of the comments. And I actually would love to have some of you guys call in out there. The number should be posted. I think I posted it, but I wanted to make sure if I ain't tagged the chat, I'm going to put it up there again because I want to hear from you guys. I'm going to turn this over to Mo, and I'm going to get back and I'm going to be watching the chat and waiting on your phone calls. Oh, what's up, everybody? Gotta hook up my tools. What's up, y'all? How the sound doing tonight, Mike? I got a mic check over here, man. Sounding good. Well, you know how it is. I don't know until I get over here and do what I do. I'll see if I can complain about the phone. Hear me? Yes, sir. Talking about on the poll tonight, bro. So far, poll question tonight. Poll question tonight was, in your opinion, was it easier to purchase a good bred puppy in the past than in the now? We have 55% that says true. We have 16% that says false. And we have 29% that says there is no difference. How many percent said no difference? 29%. How many said true? 55%.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wonder about that 29 where it don't make a difference. Well, it does make a big difference. When you had a large amount of dogs out there that was out there being matched. I mean, we pull them up on the show all the time. How can y'all say it doesn't make a difference when we see this on the show? Mostly every show that I've done, we pulled up pedigrees or talked about somebody's pedigree or some particular dog's background. So we do have some nows, but it's not as like you would say, it doesn't make a difference when if you call the numbers not being as potent or as high as they used to be, that is a difference right there in itself. The quality of dogs may change in many aspects, but that's only based on the competition and the competitiveness of the dogs. And if you ain't got that going, where's this good shit coming from? What is being classified as good and what under category is it being called good? You know what I mean? In my world back here where we hanging out at, good is based on competition. Usually when you got a good litter of puppies, it's really based on the possibility of the parents or something in that line. Okay, now you got a dog, you got two dogs here with no papers, but you got a litter of puppies. But the litter is supposed to be a good litter because the mom and dad is good, but what makes mom and dad good? If there's no papers, there's no nothing. Just some good acting puppies. Now, the worst of the litter can sit back there and be growling at each other. You know what I'm saying? Until they come in that age where they got to show all that growling is real. Is what? Could be a whole litter of growlers. Could be a whole minute of little 5-minute scrappers. They're showing you all that by the time they get old enough, you done bumped them up enough trying to show them off to the point that you done took all the fight out of them, and then when the heat get on their ass, they quit. But did they quit based on the heat you was putting on, or it was based on the fact that, what you call good was based on your definition of good? And does it fit with the category of competition that has built these line of dogs throughout all these years? That's just like saying, good dogs is the way you find them. Okay, well, let's get that understanding about the finding part. And under what speculations are we talking about? Let's go looking for them. Where can we find them? We have more conversation about guys who didn't really make the big time that, they said, well, he wasn't flashy or he wasn't out there. Well, what do you mean when you say that? That's a question that I continue to ask when I see it out there. What do you mean when you say that? I mean, if he was competing, what was he competing with? Or who? I mean, even some great ones bump into some nobodies to get whooped. But like you said, sooner or later it comes to be when it becomes competition. And this sport of dogs, back then it was all about the competition. If you was good, you was considered a competitive kennel. If you was good, you had competitive dogs. And we ain't just talking about competing and you're not competing to win or lose. You know what I'm saying? We talking about competing to the expectations of the dog game. You got to be out there to be basically competing. Anything other than that, what are you doing? What makes it good? That's a question. And if there was, not trying to get no light on them or whatever you want to call it, at some point, usually when you got something good, it's going to make history and you don't have to be in the spotlight. Beating dogs will get a spotlight on you even if you don't want it. If you're competing. A lot of kennels out there that, was really underground, didn't really open to the public, didn't have too many people coming on their yards, didn't talk to a lot of people, and was still heavy competitors and was winning. But even in their case, how much of that did they really block out? Because if they blocked out, there's a lot of people out here wouldn't have those very dogs in their bloodline. They couldn't have been all the way out. They couldn't have been totally private. Or, you know what I'm saying? Or we wouldn't have reached the plateau that we have reached. Because again, most of the dogs that we pull up, which we do pull up dogs on this show, and a lot of them are champions and grand champions, and it still holds strong from the very beginning. Most champions and grand champions, look at their pedigree, they're gonna have some type of formula why those dogs are great. And how many times have we shown that? To me, time after time after time after time, we've done it enough that should be a fact. It shouldn't be an argument. I'm just wondering why we doing all these pulling up and looking at all these formulas and all these great dogs. Why we can't run across that one dog, that wasn't in the spotlight. Somewhere out there that where's that dog at? Where's that dog, where good dogs is where you can find them or where they at, because any dog can come out of the woods and beat any dog. But to do that, you have to step into a field of competition to be able to say that. And we have not spent a lot of time running into a lot of those, period. That's all I'm saying. We keep talking about it, but we don't talk enough to bring it a fact. It sounds like a great statement, but is it truly a fact? With all the dogs that we're pulling up, we're still haven't pulled up one great dog, that nobody knew about, that was way over there, that somebody pulled out the hat and showed us that this dog was great. Not one. You know what I'm saying? That, you consider a nobody. There's a lot of great guys out there that had good dogs. Yeah, but, did they ever make it to a point that they're even worth talking about in the history of this shit? Or is that just a statement with very little proof? Because I see it as a statement with very little proof, because you don't have to be a shining star to be competing. Yeah, people like Sheriff Powell and James Pope, they made their mark in the game, really not competing. Not at all. But their dogs were. You can go find Sheriff Powell. He would be considered a nobody. He brought us into the game, but he would be considered a nobody. But look at the two dogs that he bred, that produced a line of dogs that ended up being one of the greatest dogs of all times. That kind of guy. One thing for sure, there's a fact to his stuff. It doesn't work on that same line of, You know, there's a lot of nobodies out there that had good dogs that we don't talk about or don't nobody know. But see, when we talk about Sheriff Powell, he don't fall in that same category because we know his dogs. We know his dog, the line of dogs that created Tornado. So we can look back there and see him, just like we can go back in some of these old pedigrees and look at some of these great dogs and notice these different names. But we'll say, well, wonder what made this dude go over here and breed his dog to that dog. What was his mind set on to do that? But we're only looking at pedigrees to have a worthy outcome. They're the only ones we talk about. We don't know who those dudes is. A lot of them might not be great. It's just the fact that they had a great kennel with they shit that made they shit shine. And then we go look in their pedigree. Yeah, they bred great, but they bred by some people everybody don't know. See, them is the guys that's sitting at home, just sitting there breeding some damn good dogs and letting them get out in the hands of goddamn hunters. And hunters are going out here and crossing that shit up and competing with it and making it great. Them the only times those nobodies down there in those pedigrees matter. But even in those pedigrees, they all end up with a formula, so it can be this no name and his dog leading back to something great. But because the way this no name was breeding his shit, you can't say that he wasn't breeding good dogs, because somewhere in there, here's a great dog and there he is in the pedigree. Some guy we don't know nothing about, but he got the female to this great dog. Or he's the one that made the breeding to this great dog. But when we look at the pedigree as a whole, we can see there's a building block. There's a formula. This guy had to be somebody who knew what he was doing, because he still got a great dog. 99% of the dogs we show in this show that are champions and grand champions come from great breedings. We ain't seen a fucked up crossbred champion yet. We still down there around that 1%. It doesn't make it a big factor that, you know, most great dogs aren't bred good. That's some bullshit, because most great dogs are bred good. Most great dogs have great pedigrees. Most good dogs are bred good. Most good dogs have good pedigrees. We've shown you that because there's not enough evidence out here where nobody's sticking anything out here proving that that's not a true fact. Especially when I didn't put up enough facts that, you know, it's going to be pretty hard to negate my fact compared to your fact. But you do have those kennels that end up, no name, have no idea who this dog is, but here's this dog being bred to this dog, and they just got this badass dog. But you look down in that pedigree, you know why, what was the mindset of this guy taking this dog on to breed this dog. We don't even know who this dude is. We don't even know if he even matched dogs. He just had a good bitch, and his dog produced a couple winners. But they're nobody, right? But they are somebody, because they start off with nobody. Guess what? They became part of history. They don't need no spotlight. They don't need to go bragging around. If they got a great dog out there with their name anywhere in that pedigree, they became a part of history. Like Sheriff Powell. You can't pull Tornado up and look at her pedigree without seeing Sheriff Powell. He's a nobody. The only reason you know anything about those sheriffs is because I talk about him all the time. Because he's one of those nobodies that had the opportunity. He wasn't trying to be nothing big or nothing great. He just loved the dogs. He had his mindset on doing things. You know, he wasn't no hunter like us. He was hunting, but he wasn't hunting like us once we got out there. But one thing for sure, he is definitely a part of history. That is a fact. Even if he's Mr. Nobody, one thing for damn sure, when you hear Sheriff Powell, when you hear that Powell showing up in Tornado shit, and the only thing that y'all can recognize is Kenny Allen and Saloon and Butch and all that shit. But you look down there and you see that nobody name, and you see those two red dogs coming up with that Hopkins stripper shit. You're looking and you say, damn, who is this dude? Most of y'all thought he was a white dude. Most of y'all probably didn't have no idea that was a brother, let alone the sheriff. Those are the kind of nobodies that carry facts to me because they don't stay hid. How you gonna hide when you just became part of history based on what this dog did that you created, that you put together? Could have been everybody else's hands that ran with it, but it's gonna always lead back to him. No, them are the kind of nobodies that I call is proof because they're nobodies no more. They're gonna always be somebody because regardless of who they were or what they was trying to do, the name is gonna always be in part of history when connected to something great. And that's just the way the game works. Now these ones that want to keep on talking about these nobody people and don't have nothing to carry no history behind, nothing to say that, hey, he might not have been out there with everybody, but he matched into some pretty good dudes that was in the journal or in Fat Bill's book or in Revelations or any other book, or they might have been out there during that time. You know what I'm saying? Because, back then when there was record keeping, everybody wasn't scared. In fact, there was more people out there trying to get this shit recorded than there was people out there that wasn't. And that's good for y'all because y'all want to be able to talk about the champions of the past like y'all do. Or have any idea who they were or what they was doing. No type of history whatsoever. No, there's a history being built and made even in 2024. It just haven't became history yet. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Mike.
Let me get my shout outs right quick. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Richard Ramirez. Kennels in the house. What's up, Rich?
I'm going to play this up while y'all doing that.
Big shout out to my man, John Denver in the house. My man, Burning Star. I see you, fam. My man, Liquid Lucky in the house. What up, fam? One and only Mr. William McNeil in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. William Torres. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Burning Star. What up, fam? Representing Arkansas, Louisiana Combines, the one and only Mayhem Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Mr. Michael Collins in the house, representing Shreveport. What up, fam? My man, High Key Lee in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out again to my man, Self-Made Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my nephew, Scratch Line News in the house. What up, fam? My man, the Almighty One. I see you, fam. Big shout out to my man, Buck City Kennels live in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Wells Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Milestone. I see you, fam. And another big shout out to Little Rock Legends of Boxing in the house. What up, fam?
Little Rock out there.
Yeah.
What's up, Rob?
My man, Mr. Ron King in the house. What up, fam? Appreciate everybody for showing up tonight. Don't forget to hit them like buttons if you haven't already done so. And don't forget to participate in that poll. Thank you.
All them old school names. Where y'all been? What's up, fellas? What up, fellas?
Big shout out to my man, Mr. Dickie Foster's in the house. What up, Dickie?
Okay, where was we at? Okay, what's wrong, man?
You got to plug in the USB.
Yeah. Did it freeze? No, it didn't. Okay. Is anybody got any comments on this stuff? Just checking. Yeah, I gotta put my glasses on, y'all.
Big shout out to my man, Mr. Vernon Starr. Vernon said, it's not the same. We bought dogs from Klaus to Ed Crenshaw. Can't get that today. We just hit the road and saw for ourselves. You are so right, Vernon. I was just saying that.
Good point, Vernon.
Big shout out to again, my man, Mr. Tony Montana says today we can buy pups off of frozen semen of proven dogs from the 90s. In the 90s, we were buying pups off the local dogs.
Which was great dogs back then. Mm-hmm.
Big shout out to my little nephew out there. Scratch Line News said, can someone explain the significance of Lady Doll? I know her breeding is of the heaviest Mayday type blood, but the initial results were less than what others produced. Is it the grandkids?
What's her name, Lady Dow? You want me to look her up, man? Tell him give me a number on her. I'll see what it is. Lady Dow.
Scratch Line, if you got a number where we can look up the pedigree, we'll dive into that and find out. Big shout out to Just Nobody in the house. What up, fam?
Not to just nobody.
Yeah, Just Nobody's in the house. Big shout out to Cool Hines in the house. What up, fam?
Hey, this Lady Hines, y'all. Lady, what's her name? Lady Dow. No, she a old bitch. Even by 2010, she was old. See, first of all, make sure it makes sense. It ain't ADBA. That's for damn sure. It got some type of registration on it, but it ain't ADBA. Because again, I look at those pedigrees and be thinking anything in the United States I can get with, but you know, shit wasn't the same thing when Dragon Lady was bred to Mayday back then. It sure wasn't less than 10 years ago. I mean, even in 2010, you know, for Mayday to be bred to Dragon Lady was like in the early 2000s. Early 2000s. Down there like in like 1999, 98, 2000, like, you know. She is. He said, look at her offspring. You got two-gun champion Blaze. She produced a champion. She produced Spartan. She ain't really bred a lot. Two Guns look like he the one got the good luck out the shit. Blaze off of coffee. Showed his worth and look, see that was 2003. See what I'm saying? Definitely know what I'm talking about, don't I? And you see, he was off a dial. That was in 2003. Well, she produced a good one. Got to look back here because we know the bottom gonna work. Evident. But what made this guy here take his shit to go breed to this dog here? Because he got a good bitch right here. And he ain't breeding to no champion coming off a champion like his shit either. So let's see what he saw. Well, it's evident what he was looking at. He was trying to tighten up the bolio. That's what he was breeding for. And how could he go wrong? Mayday the Dragon Lady. That's double dolly. That's double dolly. Go back there and hit her again. Spread out a little more. You got to add all this right here. Both of these right here lines up perfectly. This is what he was shooting at. He already double bred dolly.
Bully boy to the front.
Already double bred dolly. And all he did is just stacked all that dolly. And all that more of that Patrick stuff. And then using the double bred yellow that they got in there. What better out do you need? Especially out that you know that works. The dog is a combination of a good cross. My question is, did he have the production was he able to produce? I mean, he's late. He's not no young dog. He was born in 2003. Let's see if he produced anything. Well, you didn't have nothing there. Let's check this one. He's looking like Pyro, ain't he, man? Look like he wasn't bred, but maybe the Nina. Definitely look like he would have been a good prospect to breed too. We said he's one of those nobodies that ended up being a somebody. Even he's part of history. Because we're talking about Lady Dow tonight.
I don't see why they feel like Lady Doll. I don't know. Scratch line. Don't look like she was bred that much. But
it could have been one of them kind of kennels that wasn't doing much. I mean, they putting a lot on her, but there was nothing there to build off of. They didn't build nothing off of it. But you got to give it to it. He's definitely a good. I mean, you know, and I know we would have been trying to breed the Blaze. I'd have saw Blaze back out there. I'd have been having me some Blaze stuff on the yard because that's a good cross. If I wanted me some Hollandworth stuff like that, I'd have been taking that shit back into all that gas and shit. I'd have added that Bolio shit to some Stone City shit, adding up on that buck shit, and enough of that shit thrown up in there. And then when they did breed Macho Buck to the stuff, let's go see if they got any luck out of Macho Buck or Malcan's champion Ice Cream. Ice Cream Jr. Did any of these dogs produce? Or old Damien? They got an RIP by him. He might not have made it. But let's go take a look. We'll start with this early one here when Macho Buck was just Macho Buck. Look at that. That's 12/24. 2017. That's a hell of a nice breed. Not much there. Got a one-time winner here with 2 guns. Not much there. So that's what I mean when you start taking shit like this gray shit and then just start putting all this watered down shit all over it. Good line, good breedings, as you can tell. But look how far back. with all that going on. Uh-oh, we got a champion down in there. No. So you start seeing these type of breedings here, they always throw a flag for me. Because I got to go back so far to find out where it came from. And then you're running with all this, but what would make him go to Bobo unless he was just breeding to the papers? Basically. I mean, outside of the known winners, we got one outside of the known ones. Not much after that. I was been trying to find me something a little bit. I guess you breed to what's around you. I mean, I understand this part up here, but it's too much of this right here and not enough action like down here. Not even enough action down here for me to be impressed. With the only thing really pushing something is this one right here. That would not a, you can look at that and be pretty amazed with the breeding and what he was doing with it. But what's the purpose if there's no results up in here nowhere? We're talking to a dog man, not a breeder, but as a dog man, I'm looking like this is the shit I'm gonna be feeding. We got all this good shit back here, but as we move forward, it gets whacker. Another good breed.
Alexa,
Viking
answer the
family would
call.
like to talk to Michael Bayless.
Alexa, answer the call. What up? What up?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's my phone.
Hold on, yeah. Windmill, what up, man?
Yeah. Sir, yes, sir.
Hey, I'm on the show. What's up?
Sir, yes, sir. I'm glad y'all talking about Lady Doll tonight.
Hey, I'm doing the show right now.
That's a beautiful. It was a beautiful time. See, we forget who was holding down that time period. I want all y'all to remember certain dogs was holding down the whole fort. There was a dog called Barracuda that was holding down the fort when she was put down. See, like there's times that we got to make sure that we look at the time frame. Some of her kids were put back into Barracuda. Like if you look, I don't know how deep the pads show you, but see, a lot of breeders, and we got to look at it from all different points. Some breeders, they're not letting no blood go off their yard. They're not letting certain dogs leave. They're not letting certain stuff get out of their hands. That lady dog stuff was, it was hard to top that Barracuda shit. Come on now. That was what was running. So her children and her breedings, oh, they got put to the side. Oh, they got put to the side. All they got put to the side. So the time frame of certain dogs, even though you can't really find a grand champion mating to her sister, mating to his sister, that's a champion. That's a hard breed to find, period.
Yeah.
But look at her children. I think a lot of her children got to mate with Barracuda. That's a deep concept of somebody saying, did the dog do good? Well, let's see where their children did. Let's see who those children mated with. Let's see what camps took those children and did something. Because the offspring usually gets more attention than that bitch that just got out the box breeding babies.
That's true. Well, let me go look into Lady Doll. Let's see. But on this one here, she ain't got a lot of them. She had champion blades. You know?
Okay, you're talking about immediate children, yeah?
Yeah.
She really did, yeah. Yeah, they was too busy working on, you know, Victor had a lot of stuff going. I think people forget that yard was hot. You had to be putting up some numbers right away. Not knowing we're gonna find out in a year or nothing like that. Most of those dogs, I hate to say it, what I saw, you had to perform right away.
Yep.
That's true. She didn't have a lot of
Time
them.
frame, yeah, time frame for a breeder, time frame for a hunter, two different. A hunter needs this shit yesterday. A breeder might need this shit in a year, 2 years. He might foil something in that 2 years and then not get to transform it into what he really wanted.
That's true.
But you know, we in real time over here. I gotta get back to it. Y'all take care. Shout out to Shark Tank and let him go.
Let
Let them go, baby. Let them
him
go.
go, baby. Good point.
That ice cream dog, I thought he would produce better than that.
Yeah, I was wondering why they didn't take. They breaded ice cream. Look, that was 2007. Not much there. A lot of mild can stuff, so you know a lot of that shit was getting sold.
A lot of them dogs we heard of, they just ain't producing shit, no.
That's all. See, a lot of this shit just gets bred right out because it wasn't producing shit. That's all that is. If it wasn't producing, you're making good crosses, but you're not getting results. I mean, this is a decent effort right here, because they was definitely breeding her to some good dogs. Macho Buck, Coffee. I mean, we got Wickhan. I mean, he was breeding to some pretty good ones. Ice Cream, Damien. They just end up falling off. Litters start getting smaller for all the breedings. And they just end up going into oblivion. Not carrying the pedigree, nothing like this here. Maybe she just wasn't a producer. She produced one, can't take that away from her. She sure wasn't bred a lot to really make a big, major contribution. You know, they made good breedings with her. My thing is, when you be breeding great breedings, man, you know, the most important thing, if you're gonna open up to the public, you're gonna open up to the public. I'm gonna open up to the public to somebody that's doing shit. Don't be raising my shit to match up papers. You ain't gonna end up with much.
A great breed like that.
But that's a nice breed. Let me see if she has siblings. Had a whole bunch of them. That right there in itself, right there, would throw a flag to me. Because either Victor had a bunch of these damn dogs and wasn't nothing with them. You got Angel here, Lady Dragon. You got some good ones here. This one, hour 20. Hour 20. You got some results that was working. Might be some Mexican shit, but they was in their hands. They was doing something. One best in show, first time 17 minutes, second time 49 minutes. Look at the breeding. See, now if they had been breeding no lady girl like that, or like they was breeding him, they probably would have got some better results. But one thing about him, he didn't do something that she did. At least she produced the 3-time winner.
I'm sure you know about this one.
Okay, what's the number? We got somebody sending me a number in. Let's go look at it right quick. What's the number?
484 871.
Yeah, OTK. He beat Firecracker. But look how TK's bred though. The fire extinguisher.
Appreciate that, Fresh.
Now, if you look at that breeding right there, that's a Red Boy Jocko cross. That's what you call Red Boy Jocko. But the common factor and the majority of the factor is the Red Boy. Key piece, Red Boy. It's another one of them no names. No name. I mean, these kennels here, they running shit. But that no name right there, he took his bitch and he bred the deuces and he got this cross right here. Now, what made him want to breed this dog here? Look at the line of dogs. Remember, we seen this back in the day when they were taking Eli dogs, breeding them into yellow dogs. Even back there in the day, around our time, they was taking yellow dogs and breeding them into Eli dogs. And we was telling y'all it was working. That's like taking a Red Boy dog and breeding it into a dog like G, an Eli dog. We know it was working. It was just another example. Just another example. And got a good result out of it. I'm going to show you where the problem falls in at. 1 litter. He tried to put Eli on top of that instead of the yellow stuff. He went back and got him some, though. Awesome buck. Go Hollywood. I mean, can't go wrong with a cross like that either. But you see the crosses that they making. Making crosses like that, you can tell when you're making crosses like battle crosses, and you get in the dogs, it's becoming some type of a winner. You go pull it out, you find it in a productive kennel hand. You look at the breed, you're gonna get results. Awesome Beast being bred grand champion, Miss Luca being bred the grand champion Awesome Beast. Being bred into a daughter off the grand champion. One time winner, let's see, that was 2014. Nothing.
Do that awesome midnight. See if they got anything else for that shit.
Now, my question is, where did the black come from? Anybody? Anybody want to help me with that one? Y'all look at that pedigree and tell me, where did the black come from? Somebody help me out here. Y'all see it? Okay, that red daddy. There's the mama, grand champion Luca. So somebody tell me, where the black come from?
My man Scratchline said, "We bred the Awesome Midnight, damn good cold ass dog." LOL.
Yeah, I see some shit over here. Right there. There you go, Scratch Line. I'm still trying to figure out where the black come from, though. When you bred to him, did you ever ask him, like, where did this black chick come from? Because the show ain't supposed to be in his pedigree. It ain't in the pedigree for damn sure. If you know the line, you know that line right there, there's no black in it.
My man Fresh said it's coming through Toothless Jack.
Okay, help me then.
Go back and find Toothless Jack.
There it is. Right there.
Thank you, Fresh.
Good job, Fresh. The only place. Dominating factor there. Let's see. Let me see. You got True Color Sugar Baby. OG Unit. Black Dog. The Beast could have threw you Black Dog, Dark Brindle Dog. He could have threw you all kind of shit. But again, we're looking at a champion. This got a good pedigree. Black Dog. Excuse me. Two red dogs. But that's a good cross there. That's how they should have been breeding Lady Dolly. What was her name? Lady Doll. Yeah, they should have been breeding her like that. Some of that Toothless Jack and threw that shit on top of that Eli shit. Y'all have probably seen some shit. Daddy red, mama red and white. He come out black. Well, he got Toothless Jack in him. That's a black female. So he throwing black dogs.
Crossline did say they did ask.
He be the champion in 3 hours and 19 minutes. Be the champion in 51 minutes. Two-time winner in 2 hours and 7 minutes. One-time winner in 41 minutes. Two-time winner in 38 minutes. Two-time winner in 2 hours and 35 minutes. This just a game bulldog right there. And he was a black dog. 6-time winner. Connecticut, New York, Jersey. And I'm sure that might be what Champion Justice looked like him. This Champion Justice was bred just like that. Sean B's Champion Justice, that's probably the same dog. They were throwing some good ones. Okay, that's his real pet. Let's see what his real pet say. See, there you go right there. Sean B's Justice. That's his real pedigree. But as you look at him, 47 to 54. Big boy. Match Dog Blue being your match dogs. A black dog. Let me take out Chaos. I missed this one. Another good breeding. Me pointing it out. Me pointing out certain things when you see common names like these right here. Jersey Combine. You know these is active kennels back then. And you see them making these type of breedings, you're gonna find these kind of dogs popping up, being winners. Mm-hmm. Them are just damn good crosses. This is the correct pedigree of Dirty Awesome as told to me by a reliable source. I told you, anytime y'all start tossing that Patrick around, anytime y'all start throwing that Patrick around, you see the possibilities you digging into because of the different parts of the Patrick dogs. Different crosses. But you see how they work. It's a good cross. Not much. Game breaker. Another good cross. Trying to tie in that Boyle stuff into that Stone City stuff. Basically, that Hollingsworth Major Patrick shit. Yeah, I'd have been buying puppies off of Awesome Beast. Trying to get me a good bitch out of that shit to see what I could come up with. They was still trying to take the right bitches to him. You know, I don't see enough champion bad bitches to him. The only one I've seen is Heifer. You see that? Heifer and Luca. He lost her. Black and white dog. He at home just producing good shit. But is it doing anything? No. Started off trying to hold it together. You see, they're getting their winners in there. Produce that. And then you start falling off. That's the kind of shit that happens on yards. Before you know it, we can go down through all these motherfuckers right here. What we gonna find in there? We don't know him. But we know he started off good. But they go out there into the old thing where they got just a bunch of dogs with pretty pedigrees. Ain't none of them doing shit. That's why you won't run into a lot of these dogs around. Some people might be lucky enough to have some of that shit. I mean, G&G, you're getting the puppies, but they ain't getting no more winners. See, it wasn't like they wasn't doing something. 17, 19, 22, 31. They go over Dexter. I told y'all, you start adding that black shit on this damn yellow shit, you're going to start getting good results. That's the new thing. That's the things that are now that y'all should be really investigating. So you see, they was matching dogs now. There was no doubt. So there is no excuse. They matching dogs. Start adding up, you got a bunch of damn dogs on the yard. And the pedigree started looking weaker and weaker, didn't it?
Want to give a big shout out to a big brother out there, my man Pit Dog in the house. Simplify, what up, fam? All right, don't forget to participate in that poll. Don't forget to participate in that poll. We at 98 now. We need more people in the poll to get an honest look at how these numbers turn out. Appreciate everybody who participated up to this point. Thank you.
Making crosses. 54 off the chain and 24. Yeah, these are those good dogs I be talking about where you can find them. A good line of dogs right here, but as you can see, it started right here. If you started right here, based on we know G&G was doing shit, this was about the last of what they was doing. You're gonna start having a whole bunch of pedigrees looking like this shit. Well, it's a great breed. Looking like this stuff. Remember, we done went through all down through here and looked at their offspring. Remember, we did all that. We're doing all that. Still doing all that. Y'all see what we getting now? You blame it on stopping and starting over. You see what I'm saying now? So at what point did you give up? And start over? Unless you're starting to read the paperwork instead of the dogs. Cause now I'm feeling a whole bunch of shit that ain't doing shit. They sitting up there with pretty paperwork, but guess what? I'm getting sales. I'm seeing different names, good names. So I got their eyes on me. Untouchables, Game Breaker, Mild Can't, R Hall, True Colors. You see, they're getting the attention. Nothing. Now what it look like now? Be the champion and a two-time winner. Point provers. RIP. Nothing. Got some good crosses. Nothing. So you know this is like headed out the door. This will lead this ain't gonna do nothing but lead us to nowhere. See, it's not as easy as you think to be able to carry a line and run with one. Where you start off looking like this and you think you in the game. The next thing you know, you're gonna have a yard full of dogs, bred good, but ain't none of them worth a damn. One, because you probably open to the public and everybody buying your dogs is people that just like the paperwork and figure they can make some money off of this shit. You know, maybe not enough hunters coming to grab your shit. You know, hunters are picky. We are picky. Especially if we have to step off the yard and try to bring something on the yard. Yeah, that's why the pedigrees look like they look today. You know, there's some pedigrees out there that still got some bulldogs on it now. Look at that one. Oh, Mr. Lockley had this one. That's the last of the untouchables right there. See what he did with it. Nasty. Had two little puppies, black and one and an old tan one. That wasn't no bad breeding. Champion Tech 9 to Miss Luca. I mean, that's a nice ass breed. You probably didn't get much out of that one because we don't see nothing. Yep, probably took that bitch and probably bred her. Bitch didn't throw shit, he stopped breeding her. That's what an active dog man would do. That's what a dog man like Mr. Lockley would do. He would be like, down them papers. This bitch can't throw nothing hot. I ain't be having a whole bunch of dogs on feed and ain't nobody running around here running nothing. But you see the names, you see the people. No, these are the nobodies that we talk about. They get their hands on the good shit. You know, they start off good because they get their hands on the shit right there from the melting pot. But can you take it and run with it? Now keep in mind, you know what we started out. We started off with Mayday bread to Dragon Lady. And then we went to hunting from there. Then we got a little help from the audience that says, hey, go here. And we went to Awesome Beast. Draw attention to him. All because of him, the black dog. We know where the black come from. And why wouldn't I take some shit like the old Black Midnight? It would have been breeding him to, I'd have been breeding him to Barracuda shit. You know, I'd have been breeding him to some blackjack shit. I've been breeding him to some Jeep Red Boy shit. I had me a whole new line of black dogs. Because I'd have kept breeding him till I'd have found something that would have became a killer. One thing you got to understand about a black dog, you got a black dog, he best to be a killer. That's what they're known for. That's what they do. Very rough and rugged dogs. When we go into these pedigrees and we look at them, and you see how they start off. Okay. What is it? See, that's a 2003 line of dog right there. Yep, that's Toothless Jack. Some more Toothless Jack stuff. There go Mighty Mo. I see you in there, Snipe. I see your Mighty Mo shit, man. You know, and Jasmine Camp just looking. They was trying. Not much happening though. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place tonight. I'm going to hit some of y'all shit. Mini mode. There go Taser. Well, you can't get it out of this dog, you're in trouble. Yeah, Snipe. That was 24 right there. Not too long ago. Them puppies on the ground right there. Yeah, them puppies right there got to save all this. You got to go back to looking like this back here. That shit to work, you got to clean it. These puppies got to do this back here. We're going to be a whole nother generation of this stuff missing. The shit that made the shit worthy, we're losing. You know, those are the things that and the points that I be trying to make. Where pedigrees is just where pedigrees do matter, but then it comes to a point where they stop mattering when you don't get results. Because now you're back to doing papers and you're not doing the dogs. Because these two generations right here gonna be a third if these puppies don't do shit. These puppies got to give us some 3 and 4 shit, not 1 and 2. You know what I'm saying? Got to get them puppies into some bulldog man hands. Or raise them and keep them and try to fill in them gaps yourself. But you better be putting some work in. No, other than that, it's just selling dogs. Yes, it is Heavy Wally. He's got the tightest heavy shit that you can ask for. I see Loctite down in there. Yeah, I see my people's down in there. We just got done talking about Loctite. You see what I'm saying, fellas? We just got done talking about Loctite. Talking about active kennels back then that was doing their thing. You're going to have these kind of breedings being made. Look how they breed. Look what they're working with. Look how they got their awesome beast shit. looking for something. We start pulling up my peoples, we get results. Talking about people I didn't had up on this motherfucker talking about it. You see these as active dog men. When they breeding they shit, they trying to get results. Definitely a difference. I know we just got done talking about Loctite. And the great dogs and the dog men they are just goes down there in that category of dog. A lot of dog men y'all don't know. We had other dogs. These dogs didn't even make the show when we talked about Loctite. But that's the difference between active kennels that that we bring up on this show that we met and knew and grew up with, and what they was doing with their dogs. These ain't normals. You look at their pedigrees, they ain't gonna have a bunch of lying or shit. They ain't got shit in there. That ain't gonna happen. That shit's gonna get cut real quick. Cause they ain't gonna be feeding a bunch of nothing. They ain't got that kind of time. They don't use that type of energy. But some good points to be made, just pointing it out,
Big shout out to my man Melee. New suspect killer says Supernatch Grand Champion Ace. We got something in common, twin.
What we got in common, man? Help me out there, baby boy. Yes, we do. You talking about Ace? We do. What you got, baby boy? Throw me a number. Yeah, Ace was a bad boy. He was a bad boy. He gave us a bad mother. He gave us a bad one. Sure did. Boy, if you can get that shit, if you can get some of that in your shit that had the potential of what he was doing, you was on to something. We had a chance to get a piece of that ace blood in there. That was that back end killer shit that still to this day, that back end shit is still alive. A good trait to carry with you. It sure did us a goddamn favor. Big favor. But I like this dog. And so that mean they had a decent litter. I mean, they got at least 2 winners out the deal. They went from Reed's champion Andy to Loctite's champion Andy. But same dog. Okay, we got another number coming up. What's the number, Mike? 732-206. I got 732. Here's a good one. You go Rambo. Nothing in his way is standing in front of him. With the bottom, the way that bottom is bred. That's that supernet shit right there. And then that cross down there, like some of our shit. Remember, we got double bred bruiser up in our shit, just like this, with that A stuff. Almost the same little cross. POR. POR. Yeah, we got something in common, baby boy. Yeah, you see that shit? We just running with that Mayday up in there. We just went the heavy yellow route. Bruiser double bred off the yellow. And we just stayed with that shit. Yeah, I can understand when you saying nothing standing in front of that old big boy. Basically the same thing. So we took ours and we added. We basically did the same thing. Took our bruiser shit down here, our bruiser Mayday, and bred it into the Stone City shit. Right up front. But these are the results that we supposed to get. So they added their Barracuda shit. Did they to they Eli stuff? See that Eli down in there? Telling you they were taking that yellow shit crossing with that Eli a long time ago. They was trying to put that down aggravating, crazy ass yellow stuff into that Eli stuff, trying to make a full combat killer. A dog that could kill your ass and stay there all night till he killed your ass. That's what they were shooting for. Getting the same type of results. Being bred to back into the Mayday shit. Each one of them. Being bred back into the Mayday shit. So you would expect them to get those type of results. Yeah, I remember old Lucky. Yeah, I remember Lucky. We was trying to find old Lucky. We was gonna breed the Lucky. Remember, that's the dog we was gonna breed to. But see, it's the same old makeup though. Look at that, threw that super nat shit up in there. With that Eli and that Mayday. With that Cuda. Another one. Litter mates. That's just an indicator that the shit'll work. And not more than an indicator showing you that it will work. Another one. Showing you that it'll work. And we was using that combination way back then with the bruiser A stuff right down here. She was the key. This is the first Mayday Stone City cross right here. Yellow buck into some shit off of Mayday. That's the closest we was. We took the Stone City and bred to a granddaughter off of Mayday. But look what we was coming with. Don't look like much until you start seeing her puppies. You start seeing what kind of dog she was throwing. Yeah, you want to have some of that bruiser shit in your life. You know what I'm saying? You want to have some of that bruiser shit in your life. Because, you know, this was double bred bruiser. We was dealing with a heavy lot of yellow, but you look at how this bottom was. You know, we already got Charlie up here coming off the A shit. We was already throwing yellow in there with Eli shit the way we was breeding this bitch here with the bruiser stuff. Look at all that Jeep. And you still got Buck down here at the bottom. See? Yeah, you still got Buck down there at the bottom. You see it? That's the same old shit. Crossing yellow with some Grand Champion Buck way down there. Up on Sassy. Yeah, see, y'all missed this one here. Old Champion Romeo. Look how he bred. They was taking Sassy and breeding her to some Jeep shit. Jeep Red Boy. Produced him. Let me show you what they did. He followed my lead right after I did it. Let me show you what he did. He took his shit and followed my trail. Because he was the second one that did it. After we did it. Yes, I know Competition Kennels, good friends. That he followed my lead. And I ended up with the bitch. I ended up with her. But that's Champion Ramel Buck right there. Same shit. Guys follow a trend and they stick to it, and then you don't do nothing but you can either hope that it'll work for you or it won't. Same thing. And that's just the bottom. And if you notice, same thing. Same thing. Look how baby bred. Ramel little mate brother. Sir Kel's little mate brother from the second breeding. This is the first breeding of yellow buck, Miss Nico. Sir Kel came out the second breeding. But produced the same kind of shit. Same shit that produced Ramel Buck is the same shit that produced goddamn Bebe and Buck Rogers. The actual first Stone City Mayday breeding right there. I'm telling y'all, Ramel Buck was the next one. I think he came he came after Sassy and Mayday and Blondie. Because Mayday and Blondie didn't happen along after ours. But yeah, definitely Ramel Buck, Competition Kennels, got Sir Kel and got them to breed Sir Kel to him. Following that, paying attention to that lead and what they saw us doing. Because we sure as hell did this before everybody else did. And you can see who came behind that. But look. Yep, everybody, we was all on the same team anyway. What they was seeing out of this shit, there's a whole lot of Jeep in this dog. Top and bottom. Whole lot of Jeep. Look at Miss Nico. Jeep rascal bitch. We down there got the whole damn Jeep crew in that one line of ours. Jeep at the bottom, G coming by way a little Mayday. G coming by Miss Nico. G coming by Red Ace. Tell you, once you figure that part out right there, boy, you got something going. Yeah, Bebe produced a couple of them. Ascot was a two-time Reno. He won in 2 hours and 5 minutes. They were just a bunch of game good-ass dogs. Okay, what else we got, buddy? And we started off over here with these dogs. Oh, not this one here. Yeah, Supernet has some good dogs, man. Yes, he did. I remember Rambo. Rambo was like a chocolate motherfucker. Chocolate Brindle motherfucker. And again, I be pointing out these things. Look at these pedigrees. When you look at these type of dogs right here, look at their pedigrees. You don't see a whole bunch of gappers. You go back down through all that shit, and you ain't gonna see a whole bunch of gappers. Not from no active working kennel. You know what I'm saying? I'm just pointing it out. Now, that's what I call a family of dogs. They ain't got to be on the same yard to be a family of dogs. Just the combination and understanding the combination. And if you putting it together, then if I'm getting what he getting, then we on the same track. But if player 3 is got what we got and he ain't getting nothing we getting, then he ain't on the track that we on. We got dogs like us. He ain't getting the dogs that we getting. Then he ain't on the same track that we on. He might be getting the dogs and they so bred good and acting so good. Maybe he ain't even doing the dogs. Maybe he just getting them out there and you know, and just getting them off and probably selling them and shit like that. But where they gonna go if they don't show what we doing with ours? So that still puts him not on the same level. Yet he's one of them guys that'll be a nobody that, hey, you get good dogs where you find them. He's one of those. One of them ones you might bump into one and find one and change the narrative. But in our case, we are the narrative. Winning is the narrative. Understanding what you're doing is the narrative. Feeding the right shit on your yard is the narrative. And what do you call good shit? Everybody got their different opinions. No, that's just a conversation that, you know, I be wanting to dig in with and make sure that we all on the same page and understanding, because I don't be understanding when it's like opening the door for somebody to say, you know, everybody got good dogs. Hold on.
Google Pixel 8a with Audio Magic Eraser, so you can tune out distractions. That's Google AI.
Hold on, y'all. Just the poll here. Okay, hold on. There's the poll. Yeah, we definitely have something in common with that ace shit. But I definitely remember, oh boy, what dog was that, Mike? We was looking at. We was trying to find him.
I got a question from a man, CM Maverick. Appreciate the comment, family. Said, how do you continue with battle cross dogs in the future? What is actually bred good?
That's a good question.
CM Maverick.
CMF, that's the question I've been asking. That's a good question because that's the question that I've been asking. Of the now. You see what I'm showing you. Now, how do we get that now? What do they consider good dogs now? When you go back in these pedigrees here, you see them. You see nothing but a bunch of winning dogs. You see how they breed. But you go down here and you keep moving forward, you start seeing them gappers. You start seeing them gappers. You got Mighty Mo. You got these good dogs, but guess what happens? They start falling off. Because you're not breeding for competition no more. You're breeding paper. You're breeding papers. Look at Sandy. Offspring. Is it set up to be some good shit? Yeah. Nothing. Go to midnight. All that shit. 2 pages. Indicator right there. with the good breedings, and you got guys breeding to him. Look at all these females over here. Look at all them different females. So you know he didn't picked up a name. Look how he bred. But what that should tell you something. You ain't gonna go on her page and see a bunch of these damn dogs like this. And he in an RM, not a POR. And he's getting the breeds. He's getting the dog man who's getting the dogs. You know what I'm saying? You're getting the wins, but you ain't getting that. That's, you mean, good dog. But is he a producer? Really? Could you build a yard with Midnight? He has some good dogs, but can you build a yard? If you're going to build a yard, it would be a yard different than what they doing, because what they doing don't seem to be working. You know what I'm saying, bro? That was a damn good question. What is a good dog now? Who wouldn't want to breed? Said, I would just want to have a dog off of Awesome Beast and Miss Luca. Give me some out of that litter. G&G had something going. They was winning. We went over these earlier. See? Breeding they shit. But all that shit started falling off. offspring. Watch how it just start falling off. Now look at it. Just look, we still getting dogs. They still breeding shit. But look at it. Look how it's falling off. Don't look. Look at all this back here, and they adding the Eli to it, right here. Seeing they doing their thing, but look what's happening. 1 and 2 don't look nothing like 3 and 4 back here. Nothing close. Y'all see what I'm saying? It's working its way already into nothing. It's already headed to nothing. What looked like promising moves ends up being dud moves.
Okay, I want to give a final tally on the poll tonight. Poll question was, in your opinion, was it easier to purchase a good bred puppy in the past than in the now? We had 120 people who voted. A was true at 57%. B was false at 14%. C, there is no difference at 28%. So the majority does agree it was easier to purchase a good bred puppy in the past than in the now. At 57%.
Now, when we say good bred now, we mean good bred bulldog. Not no good bred dog. We need good bred bulldog. No, not none of this shit here. Cause this is good bred. This is a good bred dog right here. That's a good bred dog. She ain't producing no good bred bulldogs, though. By the time they start adding all this shit up, okay, Anthony's back, girl, back time. Look at this shit. Look at where it's starting to look. And the big John, the Walkmore shit shows hell ain't gonna help it. But you see what happened? 1 and 2, and that means this gonna look no better. When they breed this shit right here, which they did, now look at it. Now look at it. That's what happened to bloodlines.
How is that good? What makes that a good bred dog now?
Now, where in there is that a good bred dog? Because you're looking at this shit right back here. Because you done lost everything here, 3, 2, 1. And then you still got to throw this mug in the equation. Because by the time you breed here, none of this going to be standing there. You're going to go back 5 generations to even get back to this. And by the time you get back there, you don't even know the best part wasn't even there. Look, on the sinking ship. But look at it. Look at all that. Oh, that's getting ready to disappear. So where is it? Where is it? It's a good bred dog right here. But where is the good bred bulldog? You know, we put up these champions and registered merits and grand champions. We gonna see something flourishing around in this area. It's gonna be a formula. Gonna be a formula somewhere up in that area. Just gonna keep on telling y'all that. Somewhere up in that area, you gotta keep it. You gotta keep it up in that area if you're gonna keep trying to have something. See, I know what I'm feeding, and I know what I'm gonna be taking care of, but I gotta do something with it, or they ain't gonna be no good bred dogs. They gonna be good bred dogs, but they ain't gonna be good bred bulldogs. See, this is a good bred bulldog. Why we know she was a good bred bulldog? Because there is a formula, and we know she can produce. See, that's what makes her different than all the other pedigrees of the guys who was breeding down the line and wasn't doing it and wasn't getting it. Like my man in them sold with his grand champion A shit, going the same route that we was going.
That's melee. Melee.
Yeah, melee. Going the same track with that grand champion A shit. Couldn't put nothing in front of him. Well, if he carrying that ace trait, like most dogs do when they got the right ace in them, when they got grand champion ace in them and they carrying the grand champion ace trait, that goddamn backstock for shit is like an imprint. I mean, it's like a permanent stamp in the DNA, and it is a real permanent trait that you're gonna find in your dogs. I mean, generations later, it's gonna be a dominating factor to a real bulldog that got grand champion ace in it. If he a bulldog, he carrying that grand champion ace trait, he gonna be a hell of a back end dog. Even with all this shit, every one of these dogs, they still going your ass in. All because of that trait from that dog right there. Because he threw it heavy over here in these dogs here. She was already a heavy stifle dog herself, but it was what she threw. And that's Brat's brother. That's Champion of Brat's brother. Sibling. Straight ass in, bitch. No, that's the factor. That's a major factor. Major factors. Where's Jimmy at? I gotta go get Jimmy. Major factors. No, I'm trying to find. look, with his notorious rear end stifle style. Notorious. What a day. Ruby red. Red ruby. What a day. 038 special. Brat. All back in. Straight stifle eating dogs. Gonna get back there. There's no way you're gonna keep them from getting back there. But they're gonna get back there. But this is what create a line of dogs. But you gotta be putting them dogs down to really realize what you really working with. And if you ain't doing that in the now, then what do y'all call a good dog? Like, again, I mean, when I hear guys saying, you know, good dogs is where you find them, well, what kind of good dog you looking for? I'm looking for a good bulldog. And then y'all ain't got papers and y'all don't care about papers and really don't care about testing shit, you know. And for those who writing down their papers, you know, you're trying to sell me some shit on paper. So I know I ain't getting a bulldog if you got a pedigree and you trying to show me.
This question was from Blackheart Kennels. He said, "Is a Nico line any good?"
Well, if the Nico line is just as good as the damn Stone City line as the Mayday line. I mean, I just pulled one of them. I just pulled Baby up. I just had Baby up, didn't I? Hold on. Who I'm trying to get. Little Mayday. That's going to get me back to Sassy. Okay, hold on. Okay. Well, there go Miss Nico right there coming off the Nico. That's Nico there. And there you go. Got Champion Nico Jr., Champion McVeigh, Grand Champion Awesome Buck, Champion Miss Nico, Lil Rat, Hurricane, Chino, Nico-san, Scratch.
I hope that answered your question.
Yeah.
Because you see it all in there. You can. That's
Right.
on Nico. We look at all the shit
I'll
going on.
go pull up Nico Jr. And shit, goddamn, his son are all around. That's Nico Jr. Look what he is. Registered married. Grand Champion Awesome Beast. Champion Heavy D. Champion Buster. Champion G.I. Jane. Yeah, we had some shit off all of them. And we were just talking about this dog here. We started our show off with this dog, didn't we? He's the grand champion now. And the registered married. There you go, grand champion Awesome Beast, 5-time winner. Stone City Diablo. Citrus Kennel, Yellow Nico. Look where Yellow Nico from. Yeah, that's the same bitch right there, baby mama.
Evil?
Mm-mm.
Who's Evil? I seen her down in Central Kennels.
Okay, you see her on here?
I think it was in Nichols.
You'll find her over there with Maytu. I go get her.
I know I seen her in a couple people's papers. Evil. EVO.
Yeah, that's one of my boys' dog. Champion an hour and 20. He was the last champion off of Nico Jr. to make him a registered mare. Look how they crossed him into that Patrick shit. So yeah, that Nico stuff is some pretty good shit. It don't look like it ain't, but boy, I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna find a lot of winners. You're gonna find a lot of winners. They go Metro Boys champion Game Jane. G.I. Jane. Look how she bred. Rocker Stonewall, almost the same shit like Sassy. Now this one got Niggerino cross. Crossed into that Nico stuff. There's our yellow Nico. I got a picture of him I'm gonna put up there one day. And even he threw some shit. Yeah. We had a yard full of this shit. Lotus offspring. They gonna bring you match dogs.
Go back to Diablo. I'm gonna keep putting this dog.
Another going hard dog. And that was a puppy. Look how muscled up that puppy is. Straight little warrior. That was one of the dogs that they took from me when they hit my yard.
Yeah, Diablo. Little Diablo. That's what they got him right here. As you see, that's Little Diablo.
Mm-hmm. You see, look, little piggy.
They got him as prodigies.
Yeah, prodigies there. That's
Yeah.
yeah, I'll pull him up. That's a little Diablo right there. No. Siblings. They go Gideon. Look, they go all our dogs. Going hard, going hard. All of them is off of little Diablo. Even Brick.
Blackheart Kennels. I see, as you notice, I looked at the pedigree. I want you to look at the pedigree and look at the pedigrees we showing you. Look at the difference in the pedigrees. Now, I will run yours up and we can talk about it, but when you say look, I need you to make sure you want me to really go look. Okay? Because you know we're very familiar with Little Diablo, and I just want you to, what we're talking about is going to lead back to what I'm fixing to show everybody because you want us to look. The Shy Guy dog, right? Because that's the pedigree I just pulled up. Now we're going over all the Nico shit you talked about.
Shit, I'm gonna show him some Shy Guy gonna have him fucked up. Hold on. You said Shy Guy?
Yeah, I got his pedigree right here.
I'm gonna show you a pedigree that we fucking with right now. Right now. Talking about Shy Guy. I got double bred Shy Guy. Yeah. Let me go get the number right quick. Okay, hold on. Let me show you some Shy Guy. There you go. I got brother sister Shy Guy. Yes, sir. And by the way, let me show you this. See that right there? Same dog, ain't it? What do you see right there? What do you see right there? Same dog. Same dog. Prodigy 2-time winning brick. Clearly says going hard, condition and handled him. Carnivore. Going hard, Kennels, carnivore. You look. Okay? Tony? We know exactly who you're talking about. And got puppies coming off of this shit. There's a breeding right there to him right now. Yeah.
See, Blackheart Kennels. We know what you're talking about, fam.
So do.
Just want to show you. It's a whole different type of breeding going on out here, man.
Remember, I had this dog's littermate brother. I just showed y'all his littermate brother. I just showed y'all his littermate brother. I had a littermate brother, Gideon, the little muscle puppy. Same litter. I had a whole litter of these dogs.
And you wanted to know if they were any good? Oh yeah, they still good. They're still good.
You see that brick in there 2 or 3 times there, don't you? You in there a couple times.
Blackheart said, Blackheart says, you see that 941 trap on that pedigree.
Yeah, I know Trap. I know Trap.
I know something. I know these dogs, great hounds.
Yeah.
As you can tell, we know them very well.
Yeah, we know who Trap is. Trap was around all the time, man. Oh, Trap Dog. Yeah, we know him. We up in Tampa, man. Think we don't know Trap? Look, see this dog right here? She's got a Little May's sister. Look, watch it closely. Going hard's Wonder. Same dog. Anything you see with Stone City in it, gotta remember that little baby dog got to still the same thing. Yellow Buck, Miss Nico. Where you see that at? Sibling. Look on there. Going hard's Little Buck. Sibling. Going hard, Sir Cal. Two pages of her shit. But you'll find a page in there with her being bred to Buck Rogers. It did not take, but the pedigree was still there. And look what she was producing. Going hard breeding. Who you see there? Ain't that Sarah Kell right there? On my yard? Being bred? To a dog off of her littermate brother? We had all that shit, bro. It just didn't take. Shit, we had another breeding. Bred to the same male. This is Bebe's littermate brother. Buck Rogers. Sibling. You see who the sibling is? Bebe. The registered married bitch. Nothing but producing. Didn't get bred but one time. I mean, 3 times, and we didn't but one of them take. Here's his other breeding. That's another breeding bred to the same dog. Look how he bred. Look at the bottom of that. Nico bred the Champion Sugar. Back into that Bozak shit. Okay, these is breeders that I was making. But you see, we ain't got a bunch of gaps in our shit. Because we going to make sure it worth a damn. Yeah, you see it. Naya. Right off the Nico and Champion Sugar. You see the breedings. That was Buck Rogers being bred to Naya and Buck Rogers being bred to Sarah Cal. Yeah, Twin got his hand on all that shit. There goes Sarah Cal. There go me. So yeah, we very familiar with trap. Very familiar with trap. You see that? Same dogs. I got him that dog. He got that dog when I got my dog. That's right. He got that dog. I'm the one that got him this dog right here. Because when we bred the champion Pretty Mama the Bozak, we didn't get no puppies. And he gave me 2 puppies. And that's the puppy I gave him, and I kept one. I kept Wonder. We had a couple dogs off Diablo in our yard. Offspring. Let me see. Little Diablo, where he at? He wasn't called Little Diablo on our shit, though. He was called Diablo. I mean, he was called, but that's him. They go on hard carnivore. They go brick. They go Mac. Nico Storm. See that breeding? What do you see down there? Some more going hard shit. Breeder who? Scratch line, quit pulling that leg, man. Stop messing with them boys, Scratch line. I know that's you out there doing that shit. I know it is. I keep trying to tell y'all there's some badass people out there in that damn Shark Tank. Trust me. They know a lot more than you think about these motherfuckers right here. They sure do. Yeah, we had all we was definitely running in there. We had made some Cunningham bear moves too. Oh, Loopy. Yeah, he lost to Plies going for his grand championship. Plies was too much bulldog for him. Yeah, man, these were some. They was throwing some dogs now. But we had a lot of them our damn stuff. We sure was. We putting our shit down. Shit, we had a whole down litter of that shit. Where is Nico Storm at? I just saw her. Look, let me see if I can get up her siblings. They wasn't under Prodigy though. See, there's another one. Hold on. Yeah, you see her. A whole crew of them. There goes Storm right there. Had a yard full of that shit. These are the ones that got taken when they hit my yard. Yeah, you see this hard ass. Yeah, I had a yard full of that shit. It is. '07. They hit my yard in '08. '04, '08. They was over a year old when they hit my yard. Yeah, they busted my heart when they took that one. Yeah, man, we wasn't playing. I just had him up. Well, they were juggernaut right there. That was Gideon. Yeah, Gideon. Gideon was off the Lotus stuff. What Lotus that? Oh, Prodigy Lotus. And Diablo. Two-time winner Tomoko, one-time winner Lil Runt. No, she's under Nelson's Lotus. Hold on. Prodigy Lotus. There you go. There's one right there. Shy bread. Going up and going hard, Yellow Nico. The other one, this is Gideon. He got taken off my yard. 2008. He was a puppy. Yeah, we had some shit, man. Okay, man. You ready, man? Yeah, man. You see what we was playing with, fellas. Yeah, thanks for Scott's News and y'all fellas for chipping in on that. You know, give me a chance to go around there and show you. You know, you see what that shit was looking like. You know, even with Shy little Shy D on there, you know what I'm saying? Shy Guy. Hey, the right moves, you know, he can produce. Remember, that was a brother-sister breeding that I showed you. So we double bred that. And what is and you know, look who's showing you that. I'm showing you, and you see what we playing with. So you can imagine what we over here doing with it.
He was showing me they wasn't doing that.
Right. What you show money, you know, you can give me a chance to put it up. I'd have put it up. But, you know, you see what we doing with Shy Guy. You know what I'm saying? And he just got bred to a bitch. So, yeah, we got double bred Shy Guy. If you look in Shy Guy's pedigree, you're going to find me in there. You know? So, hey, that was a good one. So where we at, man? It's that time, man. 12 o'clock.
Yeah. All right, fellas. Time to get ready to get out of here.
Thank y'all for hanging out with me, man. I hope I enlightened y'all on some shit. Probably did. Mm-hmm. No, there you go. Here, let me hit it for you. Oh, you know.
I want to thank everybody for participating in the poll.
I gotta do it again. The poll might go at the top. Look at the poll.
Well, appreciate everybody for participating in the poll. Hey, fellas, while I got y'all in here, for who all I got left, I need y'all to show me some love. I need you to get them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now,
Right,
give me some damn roses. Roses. We need them damn roses. Again, everybody participate and give up some damn roses. Don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't already done so. Appreciate everybody for showing up tonight. Let me get in here and help you to close this bad boy out. We're gonna end the night the way we began. Hey, appreciate that. Appreciate that, fellas. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Keep showing the love.
That's what they bring that dog to now.
Let's go back. Go back to what you were there. Now go back. Now, let me slide in here, Mo. Now, for all you got, you want to show them right quick?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, that's what we breed. That's what that dog being bred to.
Now, for all those who don't know, we got, like I said, we're not too far away from what's happening. But this is what the breeding going to look like. So when you sit down and you talk about good dogs being bred to good dogs, do they still exist? Yes. Again, good dogs are where you find them. But how you looking for them? Because if we didn't show you, you wouldn't know they out here. We look at them a little bit different than what y'all do. But we know where to find them. How do we know? Because we never left from where they was at. I thought I'd just throw that out there because we ain't talking to just be talking, as you can plainly see. Well, we do not sell dogs. You know what I'm saying? So it's just one of them things where we ain't talking just to be talking. The good dogs are where you find them at. The problem is
finding them.
Finding them.
What a good dog is.
What is a good dog? I don't know how y'all think a good dog's supposed to be, but a good dog ain't changed from what we expect them to be. I'm just saying, but to each his own. But a great conversation piece tonight. The poll, over 120 something people voted. It's clearly they do agree. Good dogs. Yep, we got good dogs. We had the possibility of getting good dogs a lot more good dogs back in the past than what you guys do now. And it's evident because we look at the pedigrees and you can see it for yourself. That's obvious. That's not an arguable fact. It is what it is. Just look at the pedigrees. It's gonna show you what you need to know. If you're just doing this to have a good looking pet, I guess all black pet, must mean a lot when you got to go back to the fifth and sixth generation. As you notice, even on all our pets, and just take a quick snapshot of what you just seen, ain't nothing really changed. So, just because time changed don't mean the way of thinking needs to change. And I always said, this game ain't meant for everybody. So, if y'all can understand what we're trying to tell you, because there is a lesson to be learned. Remember how this conversation started out. Good dogs is where you find them. Okay. So if everybody believes that, then them pedigrees supposed to be looking a whole lot damn better. And that's all I'm saying.
That's if you got your true understanding what a good dog is.
Yeah.
Your meaning of a good dog might be different than mine. Mine, I don't want a good dog. I want to get bulldog.
Well, again, thanks everybody for coming out. We're going to actually end the show tonight doing our old same old way. But tonight I think I'm going to just try something new. I'm going to end it like we kind of usually start. So, it say starting soon, but nah, we're just going to end it our way tonight. Because tonight was all about understanding of a good dog, a good puppy, what good dogs look like. Things are different. With all the modern technology out here today, guess what? Things are still going to be different. A lot more shit going on. But again, it's whatever you make it. So before I leave out tonight, hey man, I appreciate that, fellas. I really do appreciate y'all showing that love. It is much needed. And this is always going to be a lesson in the conversation. When I notice that y'all is picking up on the lesson, that makes me really happy because, again, we sitting here trying to get a point across. We do this so you can just read between the lines and please understand. There's a lesson to be learned. Don't get caught up in the hype. So, as I close out tonight, I want this to be known. This channel in no way, shape, or form condones, support, nor participate in any illegal state, local, or federal law that violates the Animal Welfare Act of 1979. This channel is strictly for the historical, fictional, educational, and entertainment purposes only. Again, we say always live by the disclaimer. Cover yourself. Your business ain't everybody's business. And as we close it out tonight, we want y'all to do what we do. One thing we always do. We always.
We always.
You can damn near best believe we always scratch the win.
Always.
Trying to tell you.
That's 2 W's, baby.
Hey, let them go. Keep your eyes on the prize, baby. That's all I'm saying. All right, Mo, you go ahead and pick your dog of the night. You going in with the dog of the night, man.
Let me see. Yeah.
Who you going with?
I'm going with somebody special tonight. I'm throwing a curveball in there.
Okay.
This is going to be my dog of the night.
Dog of the night.
Dog
man.
of the night.
Yes, sir. Y'all, y'all take a look at that one and ride out with that one, all right? Yeah. Let me get the sound back up over here, Mo.
Got you, B.
You don't lose sound from me. I got to reboot.
Got you.
You ain't gonna lose the picture.
Listen, you're right there.
Sound should be back here.
He's still around. You're breathing him right now. You know what I'm saying, Money?
Bye.